times don't fly too high. Be sure to keep the ground in sight. Fly forever if you keep it tight. Love the world but keep the sky on your mind. Flying, get on board. We're soaring on top of the world. Flying, get on board. We're soaring on top of the
Well, hello everyone. Welcome into Flying with Mike. Again, as I said in the Discord post, I am sorry for postponing yesterday's stream. I just really didn't have time, folks, by the time I woke up after an all night at work again. So we just basically canceled it, and we'll just keep flying out the schedule we have for this week. So, and today, we got a lot to think about on today's flight. Yeah, we're back with Virtual American, and we are going to travel from Hartford, Connecticut, Bradley International, over to O'Hare. It's not a flight I usually like to fly into. I don't just, I'm just one that O'Hare and me do not usually get along. We're going to set differences aside today and give it a shot. So I really hope you enjoy today's run. It's going to be in the Zibo 737. Folks, if you haven't heard this enough from me, you're going to hear it again. Um, I can't find a better 737 out there than this Zibo. Used to think it was PMDG till I got a hold of this plane, folks, and it is just one of the most remarkable out there. And the fact that it doesn't break your bank book like PMDG does, along with other things that go along with PMDG, it just makes sense, folks. The aircraft is free. And like I said, I'm going to tell you right now, in my opinion, better than PMDG. And I never thought that was possible. Tolus, oh, I think Tolus is right up there with PMDG, but this Zibo, I think, knocks PMDG out of the water. And sorry, I know I just hurt a lot of people out there, and I apologize, but they have put together one fantastic mod to the default 737 that comes with X-Plane 11 and 12, and just knocked it out of the park with it, folks. Um, I would say give it a try, and you'd be hard pressed to tell me PMDG is better. Um, so, but anyway, that's our game plan today. So I really hope you all look into it. And one thing Zibo does that PMDG rarely does, and that is updates. They do updates all the time. Folks, we flew this aircraft, I believe it was, yeah, this was our last flight in it, into Bradley. That was version, right now we are in a version 4.0.12, I believe it is. I'm pulling it up right now. Well, dot 12 we flew in here, and now we're up to dot 14. Folks, it's less than a week, and we've had two additions to this thing. Minor tweaks, minor this, and there have been some major additions throughout this version. So, and we're going to showcase some of them right about now after we pre-flight. So, folks, again, it's free and it's probably the best flying aircraft out there. If you don't believe me, try it. All right, so let's get up here in the cockpit and show you what we're talking about. We are powered up on the ground power currently. We are, it is raining here, so that's not an X-plane anomaly. It is actually sprinkling, maybe even light snow showers in the real world. It's like 34, 35 degrees here, so. Um, so as the title suggested, we have icing to consider. And so we will de-ice and head on our way to O'Hare, where sure to be a little bit of ice somewhere in that area. All right, real quick, the preliminary for this is the battery switch is on, and if you don't see the lights, the battery switch isn't on. But in our case, they're all on. So we know the battery's on. We also know that we're on ground power. If not, check it. And then make sure you turn that and you are good. Standby power's on, and let's head up and start aligning the IRS. Everyone would like to tune up the IRS. But anyway, all right, while we're here, let's get these checked out real quick. I'm going to tell you something that always cracks me up about aircraft. The one condition you don't want to not hear the warning, although you should feel it in the stick shaker, is stalling. They're always so quiet in the planes, but yet if it's stalling, folks, you're falling. And yeah, you would think that'd be a little bit more of an alert, you know, hey, wake up. Hey, wake up, you're falling. I'd tell that to an Airbus crew over Brazil that unfortunately lost their lives. All they had to do was recover from a stall. All right, so passenger oxygen's normal, ELT armed, and reversers closed. EECs are on, interphones off, and dome lights off. All right, and we're aligning. We got 7 minutes, folks, for the alignment. And to find this, take your little dial here, display select to heading status. While you're aligning, it will tell you how many minutes to align. All right, coming down here, now that we're aligning, cabin and IFE are set to on. Equipment cooling is normal. Emergency lights armed. We have the no smoking light on because we're about to fuel. And the fasten seatbelt sign off. Quick test of our chimes. All right, exterior lights are set. Now this is a 3-position switch, the second one. Down is steady, middle is off, up is your steady red and green. Add in the strobes. And I do like to kid this a little bit. As a private pilot, our anti-collision lights were our strobe lights. Our beacon was a beacon. Sorry, folks. Just some private pilot humor. Maybe today the switches read different. I don't know. So, what else we got here? Window heats on. Definitely need that. And let's get down here and get our initialization done. Okay, I'm just moving it over so I can clear both easily. Okay, so you want to just simply click FMC, check your numbers. Again, January 24th, folks, not very far away. Tomorrow, to be exact. We update our FMC datas, meaning we're going to be getting an email from nav data to go in and update. We go in and update. Our nav databases are up to the most current. So if you do fly real world airline flights, their flight routes, guess what? You'll be able to put them in. All right, and then we'll go to position initialization, and then we are at KBDL. And real world is gate 11. Simulator is like start 4 or something like that. But anyway, that's where we're hiding. We'll be online here shortly. And then for the IRS, what I do here is run when they want my tax money. Oh, wrong IRS, sorry. We're on an odd day, so we'll use odd. Sorry, still pumping coffee in me. So we'll use the left side. All right, left, and oh, I just did that, doggone it. Let's try that again. I hit clear instead of previous page. Enter it, come back here, and we're going to stop after we hit ORD. K, K, O, R, D. We're going to stop right here. We're going to use this little tool right here, folks, called Flight Plan Request. Now, if you don't have SimBrief, it's free, folks. Register, and sign up, and use it. It will astound you with what it can give you information-wise. Put a few planes in there, and you're ready to rock and roll. But if you're with Zibo, make sure that you download the SimBrief downloader. And in it, here, we'll just bring it up. Should have done this earlier, so bear with me just a second. Oh, good, it is still loaded. Okay, good. All right, let me get back here. All right. All right, so here it is. So once you get your flight plan set up, you're going to come over here to the downloader. All right, and you're going to go scrolling through here. You know, pick up whatever aircraft you want to send it to. Make sure the format is correct where it's headed. And I'll show you what I mean here. Rotate. Make sure it's going to the right folder. But the ones you want to make sure, X plane 12. That'll go to your FMS files and output. You want the XML data file. Some of these I use for other aircraft, so just XML data, again, to the output, as well as the Zibo mod. This X-Plane 1112, XML, and Zibo mod. Make sure they go to your output FMS plans folder. Once you've done that, create your folder. Whoops, I did that wrong. My bad. Sorry, folks. Create your flight plan. Generate it. Doesn't matter what operating format plan you use, be it American, United, Lufthansa, Qantas, or just simply Lido, which is the one that it always defaults to. If you don't change that, it will put it where it needs to be, so that when we get ready to put this flight plan in, all you do is click init request, and boom, just like Tolis, just like a lot of the aircraft you see in the Airbus and elsewhere, the flight plans and all are brought in. Because what we're about to do, folks, is, to me, pretty cool. And we just, by the way, aligned. So, with that, let's just come back up here and move this back to position, PPOS, and there you're probably used to seeing that on INSs. All right, let's pre-brief. We've done a lot of extra talk in what we can do now. Let's actually show the flight off we have. All right, trying to figure out where okay, there it is. All right, there's SimBrief or Sim Toolkit. Now you can see with Sim Toolkit, I have added my NavGraph charts. We'll talk about that in a second. SkyVector comes with it. That is a free mapping tool that you can map whatever route you come up and kind of see how it's going to look as you fly the route. SimBrief, we just talked about them. So we'll come up here and show it in a minute, as well as D-ATIS is a neat tool, folks, we now have. You know, you'll look at a chart and you'll see D-ATIS. That means digital ATIS. Or you can pull it up on the web. What is being said over the frequency? So you have an idea, say departing the East Coast for the West Coast, what's going on if that airport has it. And in the course of the flight, get an idea what's happening in that 3, 4, 5 hour time frame. So again, another great tool. We'll show it here in a second. All right, so you can see, yeah, see what I mean by icing considerations? Yeah, great. Thankfully, we are above freezing, as we're about to find out. But yeah, if we start doing this, it's not stopping, folks. Chicago is right here, so we're going pretty much past Omaha or close to Omaha, all the way to the East Coast. That's a lot of weather. All right, so now you're starting to see the route, even though it is so hard to see in the snow. But there it is. We'll go up north to Cambridge, cut across to O'Hare. All right, loadout. 166 people just dying to get to Chicago. The flight doesn't get them. Maybe Chicago will. Oh, did I say that out loud? That was mean of me. True, but mean. Not a safe city of late. 38,180 souls. And again, where I live, St. Louis ain't much better. We're going to be loading up 166 souls. 3 of those are lapped kids. 9,100 pounds in cargo and baggage. And plan, takeoff runway 24. I'm not thinking 9 center, but I'll look and see where it's at. Maybe I'll try something new today. Usually we're on the 10s. We'll see. And then a simple route, CTR to CAM, take the Q822 interstate over to Flint, Michigan, and join Windy to arrival. Oh wait, it's not an interstate, it's an airway. Think of them the same, folks. Cost index for the flight today, 35, and we're only going up to 32. That is because of late, out here, eastern third, I'll say, of the country, not too much for, there have been some very strong southerly winds, just strong winds aloft in the 100-knot territory. So flights are flying a lot lower to stay out of that nasty headwind. Tailwinds, they may punch up. Go for it. All right, so there you got the idea of the flight. Here we go with some weather. Here in the Hartford, Connecticut area, we have somewhat of a high pressure, 30.46. Winds out of the northwest at 39 degrees. Oh, now get into shorts and tank tops, folks. It's getting nice and toasty outside. Oh, please don't. And again, we got a broken layer at 10,000, so there's our ceiling, and backed up at 13,000 overcast. So it's going to take a little bit to punch through this cloudiness to get to where hopefully no ice. Over in the Chicago area, they too are above freezing as of 1551, and that is roughly, I'm not even sure, I'm going to pull it up, but I'm trying to see. Actually, I've got oh, that's the same weather. About 22 minutes earlier. 090 at 3. They're at 5, so it's a little different. Uh, Mile and a quarter visibility RVR. 10 left was 5,500 to 6,000. We'll check our minimums, make sure we're cool to roll with that. You can see that there. Light drizzle, and mist. The fun part in this forecast, if you haven't seen, overcast at 300. So, folks, this is an all out instrument approach. Does it mean we're going to go auto land? Not yet, but we're very close to that. And temperatures are right there together, hence the fog mixed in with it. 1 and 1. So it's not going to go below 1, but it could climb. 30.09 on the altimeter. So, alrighty. So pretty good weather. I mean, it depends. And guys flying to sim ought to love this. You're going to be taxed with instrument flying. I'm going to enjoy. And you got to always now remember ice. Ice in the climb, and more importantly, ice in the landing. This is about a 2-hour flight, folks, maybe 2.5. So lots gonna be going on here. So you're pushing winter weather to its max. All right, let's go ahead. I talked about D8s. Let's start with it. Here at Bradley, KBDL, there it is. Very simple. Pretty much read the same way. 320 at 9. 10 miles and a few clouds. Broken layer now at 9,000 and 13,000 over. Still 4 degrees. So overall, not bad. I don't really have to use the de-ice out of here. So we may not. Over there and our friends at O'Hare. Remember I told you I could check that here? So could they on their little laptops. Here we go. A lot of information in this real world ATIS, folks. A lot. So let's try to soak it up. Again, here's our METAR at the top. So we know we got 1.25 miles, light rain, drizzle, 300 feet overcast, 2 degrees. So we're actually on the upswing. So we're now up to 2. So they want us either on the ILS 9 left approach, ILS 9 Charlie, and depart. Okay, so they want us on the 9s for arrivals and 10s for departures. Now they also tell you, folks, they want you doing shortened takeoff, so not full length, and they give you what's available. They prefer you to take off from Delta Delta on 10 left. Gives you 10,093. So you see, this gives you a lot of information. A lot of runways they're showing as closed. For who knows? My guess, they may not have been able to get to them to clear them from yesterday's ice and snow. All right, so this section here, most of you never see in a VAT sim ATIS. These are your runway codes, your condition, braking action. Look at it that way, your braking ability on it. All right, runway 9 left. Folks, that one is the furthest away from the terminals. And 555. That's a wet runway, should be pretty decent in stopping. 9 Charlie and 9 right, same thing. 10 center, 5-5. So, I mean, there are options if you want the left side. They're showing them 5-5-5, so they're actually good for braking. They just have them. Well, let's see. Do they actually have them closed? The 4s are closed. 10 center, 2-8 center is closed. And 10 right is closed, the southernmost runway. So, kind of curious why they ran a friction, or did they? Yeah, they did, on a closed runway. Maybe they're going to reopen it. Anyway, So there you have it, folks. That's what that's all about. Those are different. They're called runway condition assessment matrix codes. Fallout from the Midway disaster. I'll call it a disaster. It was in the fact a small child was killed when Southwest overran the runway. Snow covered, ice covered, didn't plan for it, and off they went into Cicero Avenue and killed a young child in a car. This is what came from that, so that the pilots now can load this up in the Talpa, see if they're able to, that's takeoff and landing performance matrix they have to know what the aircraft can and can't do in slippery conditions. So, like I said, a lot of information here. All right, enough said. All right, SimBrief, talked about it too. Here it is when you log in. You would just simply go to new flight, set up your flight, generate it, and this is what it will look like. Look at all this information at the top here. This is basically takeoff times and all of that, airtime, initial flight levels, cruise cost index, distance, all of that good stuff. And then we get into what the weights are. This is how I know how to load my plane. The route, and then we can get into what the briefing itself will look like. I like Americans because of putting it right at the top, my alternate, and my release, as well as my flight plan itself. That's what you would go through and check off and times and all of that. Make sure you're running as planned. And then you get down to fuel. Now, some formats give you information like taking your reserve plus your alternate, giving you that number. That's how I figure my reserve that I want to make sure I have if I got to go around, and so forth. So, and otherwise, you just figure it up yourself. And then as we continue on, NOTAMs and what have you. So, again, free, folks. You're not paying a dime for this. All right, close this off and let's go to their SkyVector. If you don't know about this, folks, it's free. And it's basically if you were doing a flight from here to LA, you could take a real world flight, plop it in, see how it looks. In a myriad of ways. This is the high world, meaning all of those high en route charts here in the US. Think of them taped or glued together, and this is the mosaic you get. Or you can do the same with the VFR and see what the terrain's going to be like. So, really a neat tool. But anyway, NavGraph, another great tool. Payware though, so you got to pay for this one. Oh, I thought I had unloaded that one already. Hang on a second. Get our current flight plan in here. Pulled right from SimBrief. Like I said, interaction big time. So you can see how the flight's going to progress. I could take this, put it on SimTool or a SkyVector, and same thing. However, now, US, yes, you could pull up free charts. But let's say I'm going from Bradley to Toronto. Well, I'll get Bradley's charts, but I can't get Toronto's easily. So, I just noticed something that's weird. So, you got to hunt for it on the internet. They're not the most accurate. But these will be in charts. Oh, look at that. And this will tell you weather. There's your METARs, there's your ATIS, and look at that, saying not used. These are not used. You just go down here and okay, 9 left. That's the one. Here, let me show you. Let me get the right chart up here. There's 9 left. That's pretty silly to land on. How about 9 right? Not available. The nines are now not available. They're saying 10 center. Okay, I'll go with that one. But see, it helps you out to know, hey, what's actually in play now. And there's what we just looked at as well. But you could also, if that sims up, see what they do, and they'll stop it right about in this area. So they can include their little, make sure you keep your transponder on in standby, not on standby, but in mode C. Cracks me up. Believe me, you want that transponder in mode C, or get ready for holy heck coming at you. All right, let me get rid of this. What I was balking at is right here. This is my alternate, and it is low IFR. You're not supposed to go to places like that. You're supposed to be set up to a place that's minimum, above minimums, and preferably VFR or at the top end of the marginal IFR stuff. And you're going into Lifford. That means that airport could close on you. And that's the fuel you've got. So now you're in a pocket where you could get into trouble. So I'm kind of shocked. Yes, could I change it? Yeah. Yeah, I could. I'm going to keep it though. But let's go ahead and close up this shop and Sim Toolkit and get this show on the road. All right. So I mentioned we did all of that pre-stuff where we loaded our sim brief, we generate the flight plan, and then we save it to the Zibo mod, to the XML, to the X-Plane 12 FMC program. Here's why. You're about to go into real-world airline operations. Airside services. Now, you all have probably heard of this with GSX and stuff like that. This goes, I think, maybe, just because I've never used it, I could be blowing smoke out my... but this adds a level of realism I know I haven't seen. You're going, well, what's going on? Hang on, I haven't activated it yet. All right, so you can see there's our passengers, there's our cargo, there's our zero fuel weight. I'm double checking all of that to make sure. Especially zero fuel weight and our fuel. Yep, all of that looks good. Activate. And all of a sudden, you just activated this to start loading the plane. In a second, you'll see the jetway move over. You'll see the doors begin to open up as they begin to do their thing. We're at 26% fuel, 0% cargo, 0% passengers.
Ground supply deck hose is connected and starting refueling.
I didn't do anything, folks. It's doing it on its own. Galley door open. And they're going to begin doing their thing. So let's begin doing our thing. So, all right, so we left off pretty much where we need to check our while the flight crew does their thing, we're doing our thing. Okay. So back up to the top here. Window heats are on, probe heats are off, anti-ice off, electric pumps on for the hydraulics, engine pumps off, and there's all our doors that are open right now. a second, the jetway will move over. Just making sure they haven't hit. Is that one of the jetways that may not work? Every now and then I run into them. It should. I don't know. Oh, I may be too far up. Okay. That's fine. But anyway, it would have pulled the jetway up. Let's see. Fuel pumps, they should be all off while we're fueling. And engine bleeds are on. APU bleed off. Isolation valve open. Packs currently in the auto. Premier on. Recircs auto. Okay, so we've got everything to this point ready to go. Cruise altitude set. 700 for our landing. Seatbelts on. All right, let's get down here and start up what I told you about. We left off here. Let's click flight plan. Now, right now you're going, it isn't doing anything, Captain. Wait for it. Now, you see a load. Then you're going to be always looking for a load, an activate, and an execute. Anytime you see it like it's stalled, look for that in your stuff. That just loaded our flight plan, folks. How about that? I always go here. I'm going to just on... going to take a glance here. Yeah, I mean, holy mackerel. I mean, literally, even St. Louis is an instrument. There is nothing close by. From Indianapolis to Detroit to Milwaukee, any of them, they're all different. Well, we'll stay that way then. There we go. Then I'll go back and hit perf int. And we're 58%. We're looking for 21.7 or 21.6, however you like to load it. I'm going to go 21.6. Okay, and then do a request again. Wait for it. And that's as far as I'm going to go with this for now. Okay, there's the load. And there is no execute or anything like that. We're going to go with 320. We're up here. And for my reserve, bear with me here, I just got to do a quick, as I told you, okay, so to get to my alternate, I need 4.7, my reserve 2.3, so that's 7.0. 7.0. I'm just making sure with other calculations here. Okay, 7. Execute. Cost index, everything looks good. 18,000. Perfect. Now, I wait for the fuel to continue till we match 21 for performance figures. Meantime, I'm firing up. here. There it is. Okay. Weight and balance. Okay, I'm just getting Top Cat set up here real quick so I can get my performance when we're fueled. All right, and then my fuel, 21,698. Trip fuel. And then 500 for taxi. All right. All right, so there we go, and I am ready when we get to that point. And where are we, fuel? We're just about fuel. All right, so we'll get all of our performance figures here in just a second. As soon as it finishes, you'll hear him say disconnected.
Ground to flight deck, fuel is all loaded up and you are good to go.
Awesome, thanks for flying with mine. Okay, bear with me here, but this over. Bring Top Cat in. Alright, so what I was working on was filling in this to a point where our zero fuel weight equals, fuel trip burn, and our taxis. All the basics are put in here except for the flight number. I'm not worried about that. Alright, so we're in a different numbered aircraft, but we're fine. Actually, think about that. 983. Oh, I hate these when I do this, folks. 983. Okay. Virtual American, folks, is very realistic. You got to fly. If you declare a tail number, you got to fly it. And that's what I wanted to make sure I did. So that's why you saw me bounce out. All right, so we are in the right aircraft, just not disclaimed here. Okay, so with Top Cat, again, pay where program, we're on the takeoff page. So we update. Once we update, we make sure our takeoff weight is approximately right, 152,272, right on the button. And then you start going through. So we're going to take off on runway 24. It's 9,500 feet, 238 on the heading. You get the show here. And if you're taking off from a different location, you put in the feet shortened. Okay, then you come down, flaps optimum. I let it figure that out. Thrust configurations. Air conditioning is going to be on, and we're going to be on full anti-ice. And then simply compute. All right, so we're taking off, takeoff 1, flaps 1. Okay, so what does that actually mean? Since I did move everything.
Guys, the wheel's on board.
All right, and they're now waiting on us, which isn't bad because we're just about done with this. Okay, so according to Topcat, takeoff 1, flaps 1, 32 degrees. So go down here, click N1 limits, takeoff 1. Usually we go TO2, but the weather is causing this. And then it's selected for us climb 1, but you as the pilot in command have the right to go climb or climb 2. Basically what we're doing here is telling those engines don't run at 100% to get off the runway. Run at just enough power to get airborne, climb, so we can save wear and tear. And we're running at 32 degrees, so it's helping to bring the power flow down. So we're going to run with our N1 blades 91.1% both engines instead of potentially 100%. All right, and then it gives us our V speeds. 149, 150. And again, you know what? I'm going to come up here and call it a wet runway. Even though technically 555, well, actually, I didn't get any condition codes, so I'm going to go with dry. But that's where you can begin to tell, is the runway wet? Is the runway dry? And so forth. All right, so we'll go with this. This looks good. Put the CG in, and then I go to the next page. It's a page many of you don't go to. Runway winds. So they're wanting to know what's the runway wind. 310 at 9. It's on the METAR as well, folks. And if tower's up, ask. And then the slope. Now, I'll give you some of you. This is actually was tough for me to figure out. It's U0.1. Don't forget the diagonal and put in 238 for the heading. All right, so now you're telling the aircraft, okay, we got a wind, 310 at 9. So it's adjusting numbers in your V speeds. We got a slope up, so again, a slight adjustment. And our heading 238. So it knows how to calculate heading. And then we have the dry, wet, contaminated. And since we're going dry, it's going to treat it as if it's dry. If it's wet, it's going to potentially alter your V1 speed from your rotate. And yes, you can adjust your acceleration and engine out acceleration. They're fine by my book, so I keep them. So we're back to page 1. Flaps. 1. And there you go. So it's coming up with, here's what it's predicting. 148. Hey, that's pretty close. 148. That's really close, folks. So I'm going to go with the 148, but I'm going to put the 150 in. And our V2 is equaled. And then I just turn them off. And there you go, folks. So V1 today will be 148, 150, 155. And then we're going to go through our legs. Because we have not put our departure in. Because we're such a good trooper here. Runway 24. Let's do the Bradley 6. You see if there's anything I need to know on it. Looks like we just take off on a heading of 238, vectored to Chester. Execute route. Let's look at the legs real quick. Alright, let's... Oop, I thought I hit execute. Alright, so I'm just going to go up here, over. Okay, and then I'm going to go to plan. And I'm going to get rid of Top Cat. Alright, so we're going to just step right through it, folks. Okay, so we're going to CTR cam, and then we get on the 822. Nothing looks out of whack. Top of descent. Alright, so. Okay, so I'm going to plan right now the ILS 10 center. And we're going for the windy 2. And no, we're not going to do Gibbons. That is way out. Plus, it's coming in on the, yeah, so we'll just go like this, execute. All right, one more time. Okay, so everything's looking good so far. Alright, so as you can see, we're going to get out here to around Rossi, and then we'll come in on the ILS. So everything's looking good. And there's out to our hold. Okay. We're ready to go, folks. All right, final checks. We've got the, make sure the FMC fully readied. Route, takeoff. Got our numbers. Okay, let's go up top here with that. And it's always so much fun with the sun to try to read these. There we go. All right, so we're going to 165. I do V2 plus 10. We said 238. The Bradley 6 initial climb 4,000. I don't know if we have ATC yet. Checking. And that's no. All right. Go ahead and get online here.
Ladies and gentlemen, the boarding door is not closed. Flight attendants prepare doors for departure. Cross check for your price staff. Stand by for all call.
All right, we've got everyone strapped in. Give us a ring if you need anything.
All right, and of course, it's asking for this. I don't know why it does this. PBN and RNAV. All right. I'm going to go back into back and see where we're at.
Code. Smaller electronic handheld devices may be used.
It looks like we're going to need to delay just a little. But if we look outside, everything but the APU is running. Chocks and external power are on. So let's get the APU up and running while we wait. Okay, we'll go with the left ignition today. All right. As soon as we get on the APU, folks, we'll be ready for pushback. Again, hope you all enjoy, and all right, I think I can do my thing.
Airlines in just a few moments.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, flight deck, we like to add a welcome board.
For an important safety demonstration.
Anticipate possibly some light bumps or some choppy airs. We climb out as a precaution, keep our flight attendants seated for a few minutes. Make sure we know, what that ride's going to be like before they get up. Also appreciate it if everyone would remain in their seats during that time. Thanks for being with us today.
First, please fasten your seatbelt. To fasten your seatbelt, insert.
Okay, we're ready to go. Make sure the APU is up and running. It is. All right, so let's come down here. Flight directors on. Auto throttle stays off. Minimums. Let's get those set. Okay. Altimeter here. $3045. All right, there we go. Altimeter is set. Minimums are set, and all right, speed brakes are down, flaps are showing up and up. Gear lever down, 3 green. Parking brake is set. Stay trim set. Idle cutoff on the fuel levers. Here we go. Chocks first off, better push back.
Hey, Captain, let me know where you want this thing. Great news, Captain. Your tow's coming.
All right, and engine start levers, parking brake, yaw damper. Beacon.
Alright, looks like the doors and hatches are closed and we're ready to connect.
I like to always look. One that didn't get taken away yet. Before I do that. Okay. Alright, they're closed. We're ready to go, folks. Again, thanks for flying with Mike today and taking some time out on your Tuesday to be a part of
Welcome aboard,
Flying with
Captain.
Mike.
Toes connected, bypass pins inserted. Go and kill the parking brake when you're ready to go.
And hope you enjoy the flight over to O'Hare. Hey, Hawker. Here we go.
Here comes the pushback. Light 'em up.
$17 to $25, folks.
Just about done here. Go ahead and set your parking brake.
Brake set.
And we're disconnecting the tow.
Lighting up
Give me just a
number
moment.
Alright, we just cleared him away, Hawker. I hope you're having a great day. Great time flying with you a couple nights ago before my long shift again. Hope to do that more in the future.
And we're disconnected. Signal and pin on the left. Take it easy and have a safe flight.
Pin's gonna be on the left. Alright, there's the pin. Engines are up and going. Alright, let's go through the rest of it. Let's see. Engine 1, engine 2 gens. About hydraulic pumps A on. Packs as well. Hawker's famed AC/DC, oh, not the rock group, sorry. Switch up to 1, generator 1. Probe heat's on. Anti-ice for the engines at least on right now. And left and right packs, isolation valve, APU bleed off. APU off. And finally, flaps 1. Brakes set. Engine starts to continuous. And let's do a surface check. Alright, we are ready and raring to taxi out of here. Landing lights extend, but don't. And we are ready to go. Alright, now let's get to doing something. Bradley traffic, American 1405, taxi to runway 24. Up here to Sierra. De-ice down there in the holding pen. Get up here. This is where I was supposed to taxi when we came in on Echo and passed it. Mainly because they've got an extra runway in here, and I don't know what that was supposed to be. I don't even see it really clearly depicted on the chart. So I don't know if that was supposed to be Echo or somewhere else. But technically there's only 1533 and then runway 6 and 24 where we're taking off. Okay, where's the other half of the taxiway? Must have been it up there. So I don't have anything else, folks. You gotta love it when things go like this. Oh, that was Echo. It's not where the chart shows it. So I'm going to be very mindful here. This shows us on November. Yeah. Now this is where we were supposed to go, folks. Connect up with Echo and go. That's the runway, folks. So what they consider Echo is actually a runway. This must be an older iteration of Bradley because it's no longer there. Interesting. Alright, let's get our takeoff checks readied. Okay, auto brake, RTO. Turn off lights are on. Landing lights are ready to go out. TARA. Yeah. Says we're in the grass. Okay, gotta love it when maps don't match up. Army National Guard off to the right, or right there according to the chart if you see that. ATC has a number for me to call. Cool. Is it 1-800 I'm a great guy? let's get in here. We'll go ahead and throw some de-ice on it just to be careful. Usually known as the penalty box here, folks, for those waiting on releases and all. All right, we are ready to go, folks. Bradley traffic, American 1405 departing 24. All right, here we go, folks. Heading clear. Okay, heading set. Auto throttle on.
Okay, the cabin is secured. Have a good flight.
With that, folks, as we square up here, here we go.
1,000. Thousand to go.
All right, folks, we're climbing out of Bradley. Secret Hamster, welcome aboard. I've only ever been in one aircraft that got de-iced. That was out of Finland. Currently sitting on the south coast of England. And 12 Center wondering if spring is already here. I can tell you right now, from the States at least, spring is still 60 days away. although, to its defense, today we are in the 40s, above zero. No, winter hit hard here in January. No idea what the second half after the thaw will be like, but we had a good first half of January here, pretty rough with, albeit light amounts of snow, but boy was it cold. So, de-ice wise, I think at our airport, I know our shift 2 days ago, they did de-ice. The shift before that, they did. So, I mean, it's been kind of scattered, but yeah. Oh, wow. I can say we've had more than 3 days. So, but then I was talking with my dad over in Pennsylvania, and this is the worst snow this year they've had in quite a while. So, it's all, I guess, relative in how the winters are going to go. But hey, thanks for chiming in, Secret Hamster. We sure appreciate you. But yeah, it's winters have been kind of unusual. Last year was the last couple of years have been pretty rough here in St. Louis, both snow and temperature-wise, but not as rough as it has been in the past. So, we'll just kind of wait and see what comes on. We're right now in what I would term the January thaw. And oh wow, so it's been 4 years since a decent snowfall from there. Well, I know the feeling, but I don't want to know the feeling. Hang on a second. Just don't need to see that anymore. I'm kind of done with snow. While I used to love it, couldn't get enough of it. I'm starting to get old where the bones are saying, yeah, you can't. It's just too hard on them. Just a coldish and wet snow. Now, we definitely got the cold behind ours. So. But you know, we a lot of times do see that here in St. Louis, where we'll get a good cold snap and then, don't get me wrong, we'll still get cold, but not to the extreme. So, all right, so we're through the clouds. Popped out at about 13, we'll call it about 12,000, and a few more punch through. Overall, we're out of the clouds and headed up to Cambridge and then over to O'Hare. Sure to see ice in O'Hare. And like many airports, O'Hare is a delay waiting to happen when bad weather happens. They de-ice in the gates and give you almost 30-minute taxis to the runway. So by the time you get to the runway, your de-ice needs to be redone. Yeah, one day O'Hare will figure something out to help mitigate that. But yeah, they de-ice in the gates. So, and a lot of times the planes have to turn around and come back to get re-de-iced. Flaps are up, brakes are off, and lights are going off. And for now, nice off, engine is off. All right. Oh, yeah, I was. O'Hare is an animal that I really hope one day they learn how to do the de-icing. They de-ice like Lambert, like our airport, at the gate area. Instead of at an airport of the busyness of O'Hare, out by the runways. And I'll give Philly, I'll give my hat off to. They actually have a big de-ice area close to 9 left, 27 right. Actually, it's in between, but and that way you can, you should minimize your de-ice time, your taxi de-ice time, the whole 9 yards. O'Hare, you'll de-ice at the gate. By the time you get to the runway, boom, the 30 minutes has run out. Time to go back and get de-iced to do it again and again and again and again. So, yeah, it's like I said, they're their own animal that gets them in trouble. Hopefully they cause a lot of delays because of that. So, and if pilots stretch that time, you end up with the potential of a Potomac River mishap again that happened in the late 70s, early 80s, where, oddly enough, Air Florida crashed into the Potomac because it iced up, because it was too long since being de-iced. Boy, do I remember that as a kid. Wow. That's not good. All right, so we are on our way, folks. I believe that's Cambridge. I keep calling it that, and I really hope it is. It is, okay. So Cambridge, let's kind of keep it in so we can see. And then on we go. So enjoy the ride, folks. We're through 20,000, headed up to 32,000. But on a day like this, folks, that's why I titled it, definitely icing has to be a consideration, because that event that hit my airport, what would that have been, Sunday, is working its way through to the coast right now, but it's still stretching back all the way, looked like to Omaha, all the way to the east coast on the north end of it. So it's really turning into a bigger storm. But it was full of freezing rain from Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, and points east. And freezing rain, folks, is not something airports or airlines like dealing with. They can deal with snow, they can deal with just about anything else, but those two magical words. You know, I don't really know, and I really, can be honest, I don't know how TOLUS shows visibly other than the alert and the factual crash. Well, I haven't flown it since last year when I flew a flight and it iced up turning approach. But Zibo, I had the window heat on so we couldn't tell, plus we were above freezing. So get to O'Hare, we'll see what happens. And I know, unfortunately, that is about an hour and a half away, but we'll find out what happens. This will be the first real true test of icing. But I can definitely tell you the TOLUS A319, I don't know what version that would have been this time last year. Oh yeah, that was a bear to fly, and it represented ice big time. Like I said, flew that flight twice and it crashed both times. And I'm pretty sure because of freezing rain. Now that I know on TOLUS, on their eCam, it will tell you that ice is detected. Don't know about Zibo. I don't even know if 737s give you that indication. For some reason they just won't let me ride up in the cockpit. Oh, yes, that is a true statement. The de-icing boots do not work. Yeah. I'll give you this. In X-Plane 11, there was a mod to the default C90 that was phenomenal. And I think he got past that where the boots work, but not like they should on the timer for the, puff out. But I never, X-Plane 11 didn't simulate ice like 12 does. I can tell you, I tried pushing back the Rotate MD-11 a few nights ago in Indianapolis on the ice, and it just did circles with better pushback. Twice. Get it on dry ground, it worked good, so the ramps do ice up, folks. We found that out last year about this time with Fearless. Sorry about that. Down. There we go. Yeah, the Fearless we took into Anchorage. A couple of other problems we found. But, oh my gosh, the ramps iced up. I never looked at the ammeter to see when I kicked the prop heat on what happened. Huh. Let's see just how loud this is. let's just do this. Ah, much better. All right, sorry to have blown your eardrums out there, folks, but yeah, I'm gonna have to look at that. I need to fly the C90 again, so along with the Caravan from Thrawn to see how those two are in the winter. The King 350. It has other issues, huh? Great. Oh, okay. So it's the linking of the buttons and switches to the. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I don't have that one. I haven't tried, but I do love flying the C90. That's a neat little plane. And the other one I want to get up is the Citation 10. Ah, okay. So some of the buttons have toggles, some don't. Okay, gotcha. I see where the pain in the butt comes if they don't toggle out the same way. All right, there's level off. Oh, maybe we'll give this animal a try again over here, the HUDs. I've just have a lot. It's, I guess, been so long since I actually flew with a working HUD in the sim that I'm having such a hard time again with it. Everything just seems not where it should be. So, all right, let me get that message off to the people in the back.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So we're leveled to our initial cruise altitude, expecting a fairly smooth ride today. We have the seatbelt sign turned off, and while you're seated, we do ask that you keep your seatbelt fastened about you at all times in case you encounter unexpected bumpy air. And we do thank you for flying with us on American.
All right. That way, if I do decide to do this, it's not too loud. I do kind of wish, and I know there's software out there to do that where we can fly uh, two people in the cockpit, but there are several planes where I would love to have that extra body. Um, just, just on approach when things got to be manipulated just right. And yeah. mean, technically, just about every airplane they have in The Sims are two-people airplanes. Oh, in the 172, that would be fun. Yeah, the 172 is a neat plane. I prefer more the Pipers and the Beach. I just like the wing below me instead of above me, but if you have passengers, it's always nice to have the wing out of the way so they can look down and see below 'em. So, all right, let me turn off some more light switches. All right, so we got about an hour and 40 to go. Yeah, they just put one out, a PA-28. I bought into it and really just, I don't know what it is about that plane. It just, that's the plane I trained on when I got my private, and that and the Tomahawk. And it just, I don't know, the trim doesn't feel right. Nothing, well, it's a sim. That all aside. Um, but I really had a hard time flying it, and I feel like I shouldn't have. The heck? I have no idea what JetBlue 9737 just said. And the Tomahawk was fun, but granted, it's just that, a trainer. I would not want to own one, but PA-28 Warrior or Archer in a heartbeat, the Arrow would love. I just don't have that kind of money for the upkeep. It's so nice though to have the sim. It's so easy to keep things nice and tidy and all, don't have to worry about the price tags. Too many people jump to buying planes, and oh, that second part of owning a plane gets them more than probably the purchase price. That's oh, to justify? Gotcha. Yeah, I got it as a kid, all in hopes of flying actually the 747s, but any plane would have been great. But I was with a military aero club, and granted, they're about, I would say half, but I think I'm over exaggerating. Probably the quarter of the normal cost of an aircraft to rent. So I got my private in a lot of hours and just, I bombed a training check ride for my instrument and took it hard. As I mean, I was only 18, 19, 20. So as a kid, I took it real hard and stopped flying. And it's just like you said, it's just a very expensive hobby slash toy slash whatever you want to. It is expensive, and you are 100% right on that, secret hamster. uh, oh, I've actually said that myself, though. Exactly what you were saying about if I'd have taken all the money I've poured in over the last 24, 5 years in flight simming and poured it into getting myself recurrent and back in the air, I might actually be an airline pilot right now. Not sure though, the way the costs and all are, but I know I'd be well on my way to it. Oh, advert again? Oh, All right. Yeah, exactly. A lot of people think that until you give them the actual ballpark of what it actually costs to get stuff. So yeah, if I'd have taken all the money I've spent in the computers, the software that I've flown, and all of that, I could well on my way to being an airline pilot. Whether I'd make it all the way or not, I don't know, but I'd at least have my commercial instrument. So, oh yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure what it is in the States lately. I know to get all the way to your ATP, there's still, and this has been, well, I mean, a long time, they've kept this price tag at about 72,000 US dollars. And I kind of apprehensively look at that going, I think you're way under, but I think they're adding in time building as a commercial instructor pilot. So, but yeah, so that's a lot of money. No matter how you shake it out, no matter what denomination it's in, that's a lot of money. Yep. Yeah, same thing here in the States, unless you were lucky enough to be a military brat and able to use the aero clubs. But they're gone now. I don't think there's any aero clubs in the for recreation in the military in the U.S. anymore. Could be wrong, but most, if not all, are gone. But yeah, you had to be a military pilot. So, and then the military has so many ways to try to whittle down because there's so many that want to be a pilot that they gotta put all of these restrictions in place. Yes, waivers can be gotten, but not as easy. All right, folks, welcome in. We're Hartford to O'Hare, and currently, let's just pull up the METAR for O'Hare. See if it's improving. I got a feeling it's not. Let's see, 090 at 3, mile and a quarter still. 5,500 to 6,000 foot RVR. Oh yeah, pretty much the same, but we're up to a whopping 2 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh, Celsius, my bad. Don't want to make it worse than it already is for Chicago. So we're at least in the 30s. So, and not below freezing. Yeah, that's about, I mean, I don't have well, I have a SATEC flight yoke system. Or not yoke, but a flight stick. But yeah, pretty much same way. Uh, this is my second gaming PC. I somehow actually ran it out of memory the first one. Never seen that happen before, but yours truly did it. Um, and so yeah, but knowing that I already had the private pilot and just needed 5 to 10 hours with an instructor to get me current again, um, ground school would have been nice. Ooh, the honeycomb. Yeah, jealous here. Yeah, I've got the Satec X52 system, so I mean it's great. Don't get me wrong, I love it, but boy, I like that honeycomb. Annie Lozada, welcome in. Well, awesome bringing you back to X-Plane. You're looking at probably one of the best aircraft I've ever flown, and I have flown PMDG, so I'm not, when I'm speaking here, folks, I'm not talking, oh, you've never flown PMDG. Oh, yeah, I have. Oh, yeah, I have. Matter of fact, flat out was in love with their 777. But I flew the 737 a lot for PMDG, spent a lot on it, and this is free. And I'm here to tell you, I think it's better than PMDG. So, yeah. Yeah, my Satec stick where I have problems, and it's weird because you would think you could download the drivers to turn the Pro on to get what's supposed to be on the throttles, the radio, and all of that, but I can't find it in the download for the drivers. And I've looked through everything, Reddit, this, that, the other on the internet. I can't find it, so I've like, I got gypped. But it's working. Where the other one broke, the hat switches broke. Don't know how, but they did. Would move the screen around and a few other things. So it is what it is. So yeah, I like it, but I really like what I've seen guys doing with the honeycombs. Just amazing. So, but yeah, this is probably the best 737 I've ever flown on a sim. So, and the fact that it's free, oh man, just adds one more layer of, oh my goodness, to it. Because with the new flight sim for Microsoft getting ready to release, you guys are gonna have to buy it again. Not only the sim, but that whole PMDG package. And that's the part I don't miss at all. All right. So, like I said, we are. Pay off the remortgage. Gotcha. Hawker, who does moderating for us, actually has a Hawker fuselage in the garage. And he's actually going to one day sit down and turn it into an outright flight simulator minus the full motion. That would be funny. Oh, I can't imagine the misses though. Oh, I can't imagine that one. But anyway, yeah, he's working on that, and look forward to seeing that come to be. So I get it. Yep, I have to give up the. I'm still trying to figure out how he's surviving. I know he's lurking about somewhere, so that three-letter word is, I'm sure, causing the lurk job. I know it too because I'll be doing that tomorrow at the firehouse, so I'll be out at the airport. And counting my blessings that it's not snowing. Oh, I can't wait for a day without snow because it's supposed to rain tomorrow. We'll take rain any day of the week. Would love to see the snow or sun, but ugh, we'll take rain over anything else in the wintertime. You know, a funny story about garages. My wife grew up never as a kid, her early adulthood, no garage, always cars outside, the whole 9 yards. But we got married. First two houses didn't have a garage. Third one, I was starting to go, I'd like to have a garage. And she's like, oh, we don't need that. Well, we bought a house with a garage. You know what the first thing every house has to have now when we look at one? A garage. Yep, too much of scout camps. Well, see, my thing with snow is what we have to do at work, and being up all night and all of that, I just prefer it to be wet and above freezing, so I don't have to go out do the Beaumont friction checks. We'll go through that, folks, here in about 20 minutes or so as we approach what I do for a living on top of firefighting. So, and security and maintenance. And what else do I do out at the airport? I feel like sometimes the only person out there amongst a field of a lot of people who work out there. Oh, so, but yeah, just that's the part of snow I don't want it. Snow and ice and winter. I'm ready to move to Arizona and try and find a place that it doesn't snow. That it hurts the bones at my age, so it's really painful sometimes. Ah, partially true, secret hamster. Northern part of Florida from say, um, well, I know Jacksonville, what, 4 or 5 years ago had a pretty good snowstorm, but the northern panhandle, the panhandle part of Florida, there, not every year see a little bit of snow, but for the most part, like Manny says, it's pretty mild down there, especially Orlando, Tampa, south. So, but yeah, up in the northern part of the state, yeah, they have been known to see a little bit of that white stuff. And it's not a sandy beach. So, although they have a lot of those up there. But again, where they only see a little bit of winter for a couple of days a year, ooh, their summers are pretty rough. Just like living in Arizona would be pretty rough dealing with 115-degree temperatures for a week or two on it. Ooh, that's where it gets rough. There in Florida, the humidity. I think the humidity season starts January 1st and ends December 31st. So, all right. So, well, while we got some time, let's go ahead and begin looking ahead. Yeah, I've heard that about now, I have heard about the wet. It's kind of like a Seattle there, I've heard, in the UK, where it's always raining. I thought it got a little chilly. Well, chilly is always in the eye of the beholder. But I would like to see the UK, that is for sure. It's one of those things on my bucket list to go there, to parts of Europe and Israel. And I hope to hit them. Yeah, well, when we live in the middle of a continent, so temperature swings are gonna be, you know, pretty bad. But you get out to coastlines, it simmers down a lot. So, but here in the middle of the country, yeah, we can see it one day. I mean, quite literally during the day, it could be 70 something degrees. We haven't seen that in a while, but when we do, and crash into the 30s almost in a blink of an eye. Uh, Famous saying out here in the Midwest, if you don't like the weather, wait 5 minutes. Worse, wait a day. It changes that abruptly here. So, all right, so let's start looking at O'Hare. We are over Hoosier. And no, not to be mistaken with the Hoosier state of Indiana. But we are cutting across northern New York as we speak. So, and Hoser, by the way, is right around Niagara Falls. So, give you an idea if you're anyway knowing where things are in the U.S., Canada. All right, so let's bring up charts. I may have to resize it here. Yeah, I think I will. I turn like night. Second, something don't seem right here. Huh, just seems kind of darker than normal. Wait, what was that switch? All right. Well, anyway, this is the again, imagine taking all of the high charts for flying with the airways, kind of pasting them on end or taping them, whatever. This big mosaic hooked together instead of two or three that it would take to go from East Coast to Chicago. Um, so imagine it that way, and that's what you're seeing put up here. Now, I don't know why it seems dim. Really kind of weird to me. But anyway, so let me resize this here. And I'm also going to be able to show off a little bit of what we can do here with the charts program. All right, so I'm going to go back to flights. Okay, let me kind of show what we're doing coming in. Oh, I know why. Hang on a second. There we go. All right. Ah, that's what it was. Now it looks right. Okay. So anyway, you can see we're going to be coming down eventually at Flint, Michigan, following the windy, what is it, 2 arrival to come into our arrival airport. All right, what can we start doing with this program right now? Well, we can take a look at the METAR. It's an hour and 8 minutes old. It's broken record, folks. Now we get a mile of visibility, so it's come down a little bit, but the RVRs are holding. Actually, they dropped a little. I stand corrected. So we'll kind of have to watch this, folks. Overcast 300. Now, this program, what we were in, if you go to flights, you can actually click buttons that would be available here to allow you to figure out what's your best approach. So it's kind of a neat thing. But the other thing is, besides the weather, you can do real world um, ATIS. Just like we did with D-ATIS, you can do it here. Tells you how old it is, 9 minutes. Mile and 3/4 visibility, drizzle, fog, overcast 500 now. That's a little better. 2 degrees still, so we're still looking, like it is. The ILS approaches are to 9 center, 10 center. And they're simultaneous approaches. Which, for an airport as busy as O'Hare, we all know that would be cool. All right, continuing on. This is if we have to do departures. And here's the part that I wanted to talk about, the runway codes again. Here they are for the runways in use. 9 left, 9 center, 9 right, all 555s. 10 left, 555. All of these were at the times they tell you. 10 center at... Okay, 10 center. This is weird because it's throwing me off. It's at 1713 Zulu. .555. Basically saying either wet or, your braking action's fine. At that point, we stop doing a lot of stuff when we get it back to 555. So your touchdown, your midfield, your roll off. So that gives you an idea how you're going to land and, work the runway with your brakes. So, and we're going to plan 10 Charlie, 10 center. And this number is what I go out every hour. Try to do it on the hour, but folks, the amount of NOTAMs that go out in a snow event are enormous, especially for a small airport with a small crew working to put those NOTAMs out. We have probably immediately, if snow or ice is on the runway and taxiways, minimum of 12 NOTAMs that'll go out. Minimum, if not more. So, and then we update them, as we progress through the storm, if you will. So it's time consuming, and you're like, for us, I've been up the last 3 shifts, 4 shifts, pretty much all night. No sleep during that 24 hours, or very little sleep. So it is what it is. That's just working in an airport. Every job has it is what it is. That's one of the downsides of an airport. So that's what we're looking ahead. I don't expect any troubles landing other than the visibility and the ceiling. Okay, so we got the weather knocked out. Now, one other thing that's neat to chart, so let me show you the METAR. Okay, if you're METAR savvy, you can read that and know everything it's told you, especially after the word RMK. Well, for those who aren't as up to date on what this is telling you, it breaks it down into what I call English. Not METAR, English. Meaning, this right here, 00000 KT is calm, wind. Visibility, 1 mile and 3/4. Statute mile. That's very important because that's a shorter distance than a nautical mile. Then we have overcast at 500. Light drizzle, mist. That's what this DZBR means. So you see how it just spells it out. Now, when you get to RMK, they stopped teaching me that one, folks. But there's what it all breaks down to. I would have to look up each and every one of those. So that's this AO2, SLP, PT, and all of that. All of that broke down to saying that. Automated station with precipitation disseminator, sea level pressure of 1021.8 hectopascals. 1/100th of an inch of precipitation fell in the last hour. Temperature 2.2 degrees and 2 point. I'm sorry. How'd you get all of that up there? I'll buy it. You're selling it. I get it. So, all right. So there's what you get there, folks. Now, let's get into the nitty gritty of what we're doing. All right. So we're going to be flying in on the Windy 2 RNAV arrival. Okay. We're coming in on the Flint transition. You can see pretty much if you're coming in from the northeast Canada or the east northeast US, it pretty well funnels you into this approach. Looking ahead, you can already see tubes, so technically we should go to Monks, Georgia, and Possum for our arrival. We'll see if that's what it does. I think it does. All right, so down here is, let's see if there's anything. Okay, here's our D-ATIS. There's your ATIS frequency. Airport elevation, inches, and everywhere in North America, folks. It's not like Europe where you could have a city like Frankfurt at one transition level, Stuttgart, Germany, in a total different transition level. The whole continent of the North America is 18,000 feet. Makes it a little easier. Otherwise, you got to look for it in the ATIS to figure out where do you set your altimeter to the actual barometric pressure or to standard. So radars required RNAV, DME, IRU, all of that. And this is if they're landing west. So after PAPI, expect vectors to approach. Not even sure where that is, folks, so we'll kind of play it by ear. All right, so we're going to come in over Flint, track 266 to Emma, to Latour, to Victory. We're only halfway there at that point. And then from Victory to Wilter, to River, Peyton, Windy. All right, so far, so good, folks. We have not had an altitude restriction yet. So, top of descent will be determined in the second half. So, off Windy, we go to Fire, Ernie, here's Pappy. Boom. Expect radar vectors to final approach after this. So, either tubes, you go north of the airport and come around for the 9s, or Pappy to tubes going south and around. But again, no altitude restrictions in place. So you're pretty much at the mercy of ATC. Okay, and here's the direction for routing. I'll let you all read that. And again, see, there's no altitude restrictions here. All right. Now, our minimum safe, for the most part, is 3,400 feet. So as we come along the bottom here at Possum, we'll begin vectors for 10 center. That's what I'd like, is 10 center. And the good news is we've moved up to IFR now instead of LIFR. So that's good. Things are improving ever so slightly. And I'll be honest with you, years I drove a truck from like 1992 to 2001, when Chicago had snow on the ground and it warmed above freezing, they would be plagued with fog for days on. So I'm pretty sure that's a lot of what's going on here. They're above freezing, snowpack on the ground, and it is getting foggy. So always hated that. You would take almost all the way to Springfield to get out. Oh no, that's way too far. Bloomington to break free of it. So it was just, oh my goodness. And it would just hang. It would never move until the snow was gone, and then a day or two later it would finally let up. All right, so let's get over here. Now, with this approach, we're planning 10, the ILS for 10 center. Okay. If conditions deteriorate below the minimums, which we'll see at the bottom, we can switch into Cat 2, Cat 3, which becomes an auto land, meaning the airplane is gonna land itself. You just put it in a reverse thrust. Amazing feat of technology we have today. Here's an interesting tidbit. If you have an ultra smooth landing, 9 out of 10 times they let it auto land. The airplane landed it, not the pilot. And I can already hear, oh no, I am as good. No, the auto land is really unbelievably a smooth landing. All right, so here we go. Approach frequencies and all across the top. We're really concerned with, because you don't know which one of these they're going to actually bring up. I mean, ground should be this one, but O'Hare Tower North. Where's O'Hare? Oh, here's O'Hare Tower South. You know, you never know. So pay attention to VATSIM. Now, what we start worrying about here in the briefing strip is right here, this line. There's our ILS. We're going to go ahead and plug it in right now. Okay, an interesting radio over here, folks. But really, it's easy to operate. 10895. Think, think. All right, and now it's programmed in. All we'll have to, I'm going to go ahead and put it over here. Now, you see how both of these are VOR? This mode will put you to ILS, and then you just go 10895. Put it in, drop it down. That way, if we do have to go auto, they're there. Okay. Everything else is fine. I am, again, still learning to use this gauge here. This is what helps with your, I know we're IMC. That is supposed to be for your runway. And there's your glide slope. Okay. See if I got it right. I rarely do. And I think you all didn't see that. So, all right. So 10895. That's our frequency. 90093 on the heading. So I'm going to go ahead and dial that in. All right, so I'm going to be honest with you. I'm hoping we'll turn in around Kayla and then track down. That gets us stabilized on the ILS so we can be as best prepared as we can be. Okay. But anyway, we may be turning in here at Ruta at 10 miles. We'll see where we turn in at and all of that. Ray, however, we do need to be at 2,300 feet. On the glide slope, that is 1,631 feet above the ground. This is what you read on your altitude tape. Brackets you read as your radar altimeter. Next to it are our ceiling minimums for this approach. If we're below this particular chart, we have a SA. Hang on. We have a SA Cat 1, where we can come down to a radar altimeter of 148, or worst case scenario, Cat 2, and we can head down even lower. But for now, let's work on the premise of a normal ILS approach. I know, that's why I'm saying if minimums were below this, then we do other charts. Missed approach. Let you all read it, but basically we're going to climb 093 and then turn inbound on the radial 3 36 to the CGT VOR and hold. Just some additional information. Dual VHF comms required. Use of flight director autopilot required during simultaneous operations. Attention, all users of the ILS Precision Runway Monitor. See section 21 for that. Simultaneous approaches are authorized. Doesn't happen often in VATSIM except in events, but it could. And then your visual glide slope versus your ILS glide slope, meaning what you see here and what you see out here could differ. Okay, coming down we have basically Gibbons, which is way out as an initial. We won't be going there. Like I said, I'm hoping between Peepaw and Sharon where we turn in, Ruta at the absolute latest, and we'll get our altitudes in a second, and then we'll track into Ray, and then right on to 10 Center. Okay, if we're coming in, say Kayla, at her around 7,000, descending to 6, then down to 5 by Sharon, down to 4 by Ruta. All of these are the altitudes we need to be at if that's where we're turning at. Or at least by the time we turn on the ILS. But no matter what, 2,300 feet at Ray on the glide slope. Okay, full lighting array awaits us, ALSIF 2, and there's our missed approach spelled out for us again. All right, so we talked about our ceiling having to be at least 869 MSL or above sea level. and 200 above ground. Now your METAR information, that's above ground, folks. So currently, as of 29 minutes ago, we are looking at an overcast recorded 500 feet. That's above 200, so we can continue with this approach. All right, RVR has to be above 1800 or 18. Sometimes they just call it 18. Or for those of us that, half mile visibility, all of which we've got. Again, let's look at the METAR. 1 3/4 miles, definitely way above a half mile. So again, that's 29 minutes ago. We'll check it before we get ready to shoot it. All right, so there's what you got, folks. The only thing we have to figure up now are our speeds that we can use the EFB for. By the way, y'all have heard me say I think this is a better product than PMDG. PMDG just put an EFB in their aircraft with their latest update, and folks, updates don't come very often. They finally put one in there for you. We've had it from day one. Now, what their EFB provides, I have no idea. So, but anyway, I just wanted to throw that in. So there's our ILS, there's our star, our speed. I am going to just right now, 140 is going to be our approach speed. Theoretically, 743 feet a minute, and I say that word, and I'll back it up in a second, to maintain a 3-degree glide slope. As you all are aware, a couple weeks to a month ago, we flew approaches on Paro in Bhutan. If you're not familiar with Paro and looking for a challenge, I highly recommend it. It is the most challenging approach in the world right now. You are flying in the Himalayas, descending in basically ravines to the runway. Now, they tell you to maintain that glide path. They tell you got to do it at this glide at this feet per minute. I'm here to tell you, you aren't going to make it. So, be ready for that. But give it your best, folks. I'm not going to sit here and sway you. I'm just telling you what happened with me. But anyway, that's why I kind of don't rely a lot on this down here. It doesn't seem to work out for me. And again, I'm a private pilot, not an instrument commercial rated ATP, airline transport. So I take that numbers there with a very big grain of salt. And before people tell me, well, it's because you weren't, I was fully configured when I started the approach in at 18,000 feet. You're all going, 18,000 feet. The airport is 7,000 feet. So you're descending about 11,000 feet. But the last part of it starts at 12,000 and you make a pretty steep drop. So, but anyway, like I said, enjoy Paro. If you've got charts, you're good to go. All right. Let's pull this away. Actually, let's resize it. That's not the resize button. And I like to put it up there so when we start our approach, you all can see how it works. And you can see we're getting pretty close to Flint. So that was pretty good timing on when to start that. All right. We're in the western part. Here's Toronto, just to let, I think that's Toronto. Yeah, that's Toronto. Hamilton's like right here. So, but anyway, yeah, I've been over that area too. So you can see we're getting pretty close. $16.9. Okay, and that'll give us Flint on our first VOR. All right, so I like to leave that up there. I'm going to get rid of it for now. As soon as we start down on that way, you can see where we are in relation. Because, folks, you can see. You're not going to be able to see much out the windows. Although, let's look out the windows. Little turbulent down below us. All right, so let's head over here and begin to work up our arrival. Okay, so we're coming into O'Hare. We're going to plan, like I said, 10 center. Flaps 30. I'm going to call it a wet runway, and now it's going to on the side here. So 010 at 4. Temperature, a balmy 2. QNH. Now this can be done either HEPA or inches, I believe. Let me see and make sure. So to do inches, you would do 30.14. Yep, took it perfectly. Okay, air conditioning on, auto, or we'll have anti-ice on, brakes. We'll set to, see, this is where you'd plug in numbers. We'll set for 3. And reverse 1. That's weird. And then our landing weight. Uh, 137, call it 8. 7 decimal. All right. I'm adding 5 to my VREF to help me on the approach. So if we go here, you guys in Europe are going to like this because it's in meters. It really messes with my mind. My apologies to you. All right, so our approach speed, I'm setting at 150. Probably around 145 will be what we land at. So between 150 and 155 is what I plan to bring it down the approach. Okay, so with auto brakes 3, it's going to be 2,099 meters down the runway. Airport is landing zone or landing distance is 3292. So 3,292 meters. They're calling it 3166. Why? So my goal, I'm hoping for Papa 6 or Foxtrot, but we also have Hotel. And if we get off there, then we take Echo to our gate. And our gate today okay, that was not the flight I wanted. Didn't click on one? It's okay, hang on a second. Working on it. KBDL. We're just using FlightAware. Funny thing is, I don't see any 737 runs for American. Okay, and what I want to do, I think I'm going to head to the K gates. And which one do I want? A K8. I think I like that one. K8. All right, so you got it, folks? There'll be a test. Just kidding. All right, let's take a look here while we got a second or two. Progress. Top of descent stands at about 200 miles out, folks. I'm going to take a short break. I'm going to look ahead, make sure. Be in Indy. No. Ah, much easier to read now. Okay, so yeah, we won't be anywhere near Indy. Currently in Cleveland and about to go into Chicago airspace. Cool. All right, folks, I will be right back. I'm going to let some music run on here for about 5 or 10 minutes, and then we'll be ready for the descent. Be back shortly. All right, folks, I'm back with you. We're 193 miles out, so let's just kind of keep the cruise going. Flint stands right ahead of us, about 40 miles or so. So hope y'all have enjoyed. Thanks for being a part. Thanks, Secret Hamster, for being along here. Hope y'all enjoy the ride in. We're going to see how Zibo represents ice here shortly as we begin our descent. Oh, in about 10 minutes or so into O'Hare.
And Detroit Metro traffic, northwest at 938. We're currently descending at a 6,000 feet on the Rock City 2 arrival. We're on a base currently for 2-1 left. Google call final. Detroit Metro traffic.
All right, folks. I'm going to just go ahead and end the music there. We still probably got a good 10 minutes to go here. But if I don't, I will forget. So, all right. So, like I said, welcome aboard, folks. The title says it all. Icing considerations. We considered it on takeoff, albeit the temperature 39 degrees, so not a major factor, except through the climb out. However, into Chicago, it could be a problem. Temperature is only 2 degrees Celsius. And we got low visibility, low ceilings. So, not as low as when we took off. That's a big thank you. But you never know how X-Plane and other flight sims will depict how close to the most current METAR is the weather within the sim. So I've seen it as much as 12 hours different in FSX. Also, X-Plane 11 and 12. But X-Plane 11 didn't really do icing. X-Plane 12 does. I've crashed a couple times because I iced up in Tolus specifically. So we're going to kind of get a flavor of it coming into O'Hare. Again, surface temperatures are above freezing, but you can kind of gauge it. We're going to probably come through a column of cold air that if it's raining, we could see ice. So we will have all the anti-ice equipment on, be it wing, be it engines, all of that on. All right, now we've pre-briefed the approach already. We've got our numbers as well. I'm just bringing TopCat in here to kind of back them up, if you will. All right, so there's TopCat. Now, what is TopCat? I've talked about this a lot. Takeoff and landing performance calculation tool. For those of you from the Microsoft world, I don't know how up to date it is with the new sim that came out several years ago. But for FSX, it was just about dead on. And I find it pretty doggone close in X-Plane. Although I don't think it was ever meant for X-Plane, the modeling and all seems to put it right on track. All right, right now you're looking at it in the takeoff chart or takeoff tool. I'm going to click up here to the landing tool. O'Hare, we're planning 10 center. As you can see, a 10,800 foot runway. 10,800 landing distance. 90,093 on the heading, and it's 200 feet wide. So let's take a look at it. Let's update the weather. Currently, as of 1918 Zulu, which is about 30-ish minutes old. 010 at 4 is the wind. 2 miles in visibility, so that's coming up. Light drizzle, light rain, overcast 600. It's come up a little more. It's 2 degrees outside, folks. Dew point is 1, so theoretically the temperature should not drop. If it does, below 1 degree. Stays above freezing. That's a good thing. And our altimeter 3014. So we're looking really good here on this. I'm going to kind of shift down here so I can see. Okay, currently 100 miles out. Okay, cool. All right. And looking over the TAF, I know y'all can't see this. We're looking at 1.5 miles between 1920, I'm sorry, between 1900 and 2400. So we're doing good with the TAF. All right. So you can see it's plugged it in. I'm going to keep it dry because the runway codes seem to come out at about 555. I mean, granted, could we be wet? Yes, but I'm going to go ahead and handle it as a dry runway. Okay, so we're going to go flaps 30. 137,779 is our anticipated landing weight. Air conditioning on, anti-ice on, and we are expecting ice. We'll be in auto land, but that's just so I can get a little extra information out of it. We're going to compute. VREF 145, 150 for our approach speed. So as we saw over here, not so sure how well this shows up. Oop, oop, wrong one. All right, so going from this to okay, hang on, I'm going to pull it away. It's set up pretty much the same. Folks, I haven't changed a thing. So we're looking at about a 150 approach. Granted, it's in meters, and you all in Europe are going, hallelujah. Iowa Scotsman, welcome aboard. Thank you for joining us on this run into Iowa. Sure appreciate you. All right, so landing distance, authorized 3,166 meters. Not really sure how that translates out to feet, other than I know the chart itself says 3,292. So I don't know where we're losing the footage, unless the land and hold short is what's getting it. That could be. Is there anything on here to tell me that? I'm looking at the chart here, folks. It doesn't say. All right. So, again, showing you that they're both pretty doggone close. Real quick recap. We're about 100 miles out. Like I said, let's bring it in. Okay, I'm going to keep it up here so I know it's really small to see. Let me do one thing, though. Hell, let's blow it up for a second. Okay, real quick for those tuning in so you all can get a flavor of what we're up against. Okay, here's the O'Hare map. And off to the side here, 37 minutes ago, is that METAR. So we made sure this information was plugged in correctly. Let me come over here to flights. Real quick, here is the real world ATIS. Same. And the big thing we're worried about are our braking codes. Our cam is set at 555. Oh, wait a minute, wrong. 555 at 1713 Zulu, which is significantly behind us, I'm pretty sure, considering we're almost 20. So yeah, we've got a pretty decent runway to land on. And we'll get off here by Papa, cross at Echo Echo, and angle to Lima Lima to come in here to gate. Show you what I'm planning. To come in here to Kilo 8. That's what we're aiming for, folks. Kilo 8. All right. That's the end of the whole arrival. Let's start at the beginning. We're already into it, by the way, folks. Okay, until we emerge closer to windy, we are in where you can't see it on this chart, the aircraft. But so we're going to be coming, we've already passed over Flint and Emma, Liquor, and Victory. We're headed to Dicta, then Walter, then River, Peyton, into windy. So no altitude restrictions, folks. Fire and Ernie to Pappy. And at this point, if we have an approach or center, they could begin vectoring us for landing. We are planning 10 Charlie, 10 center. So Pappy to Tubes to Monks to Giorgio to Possum. And then here's our ILS approach. 108.95093 to 2,300 feet here at Rave, just about 5 miles out. Descending and a minimum of 200 feet. Let's go ahead and set that. So at a radar altimeter of 200 feet, folks, we'll get the words minimums. We make the call. We should have already made the call by then. All right. And everything says we're fine to shoot a normal approach. All right. We'll be back here in a moment to begin setting up for the descent. All right, folks, we're back. Okay, now I've got it to where I've overlaid the windy to arrival over the normal chart so you can get an idea where we are in relation on the chart itself. And again, I'm going to go ahead and close the airport information, and that way we get more information out here to you. I do want to look at one thing. Legs. So from windy, Tubes, Monks, Giorgio, Possum, vectors up to RRUDA. Okay. All right, so we're going to vector. Our goal is basically as we roll down here to the south, we'll kind of before DePage turn in so we can make that Ruda. All right, so we're pretty decent. All right, so that. Okay, go back to progress. We are 46 miles. Oops. All right, now there's a couple of ways, folks, here to descend these aircraft. You can simply first set your altitude. Well, considering we have no restraints, let's bring it down to, say, 9,000. That'll get us established under 250. My guess it'll be somewhere right in here, and then we'll take it on down to what we need to make Ruda. But 9,000 is a good start, and we'll see from there. Okay, so you got your altitude set. Now, a couple of ways. There are a couple of FMC design formats. One with climb, cruise, descent. One with just the VNAV button. If you have just the VNAV button, click next page to get to descent. This page shows a couple of things. One, the obvious, you can click that and you'll start your descent. Or you can come up here, altitude intervene, punch it, and it'll start your descent as well. So that's how you can start your descent when they tell you to, if it's before top of descent. One other thing you can do on here, and I say this to those of you in places like Europe, not to pick on Europe, not to pick on them specifically, but it is a tougher climate to fly in, not meteorologically or weather-wise, but aviation-wise, because those transition levels sometimes are country-specific. Germany and others can be city-specific. Transition is when we set our altimeters to standard. Standard is 2992 in the inches of mercury world. I believe it's 1012, or if not, it's 1013 in the world of HEPA HPA. We're in inches of mercury, so we'll set it at a, that transition point. Both going up, you set to the 2992 or 101213, whichever one it is. Okay, or just simply click the standard button. Coming down, you click it, but you got to be at the right altimeter setting at that point. Some are as low as 3,000 feet, so you're pretty doggone close to the ground, and you're doing a lot of other things, switching off the tower, switching off to this, to that, plus setting your altimeter. A lot goes on, folks. That's why it can be a stressful climate to fly in. Here in the U.S., it's very simple, 18,000 feet. And it's not just the U.S., it's North America. The whole continent is 18,000 feet. That makes it easy, folks. So, anyway, you can set that, though. A long story short, clicking forecast, there's where you would set your transition level. I'm going to go ahead and request my descent winds. It's not going to fill them in. That's my only thing I wish it would in Zibo, but I'm not a programmer like he is. So I don't know what's involved in making it do that. But the descent winds are now put in. 18,000's there, so we're good to go. Now I am going to go to menu, D-Link, AOC, request, and you might be able to do more of this in PMDG, but I don't want to go there because I don't know, and I don't want to know. No offense. Spent way too much money on that one. Here it's free. Okay, and we'll send. It'll tell us when we have a message. Click on it. No METAR. Why do we not have a METAR? Either it must be changing, or did I type it right? Nope, I typed it right. All right, well, it is what it is. We'll continue on. Okay, I'm going to go ahead, click flights. Check on it here. 15 minutes ago, 030 at 4, 2.5 miles, light drizzle. Let me just update my information. What did I say? 030 at 4. Let's see, 2 degrees still, 500 foot overcast, and 2.5 miles. So, I mean, weather has improved, still 30-14. All right, cool. So when I come over here, not much changed. All right. One thing I do like about this simulation, or could be real world 737 stuff, you can set your altimeter. What I did is I preset it to 30.14. So when I hit 18,000 feet, folks, I hit the standard button and it goes to that, not me having to dial it up. I do like that. All right, so I'm going to leave this up here in the upper right-hand corner. If you don't like it, let me know. Yeah, you thought I was going to say tough. No. If you don't like it, let me know, and I'll stop doing it. I'm going to set my auto brakes. Okay, so, and we'll make changes. Okay, engines are still continuous. We're getting ready for descent, folks. And that is... Oh, we still got... Did we miss it? Oh, we're starting down. Did it? Or you can just wait and it starts down on its own. That's the third way. Not all aircraft will do that though, folks. I'm like, did I miss it? Because it was still showing on my nav display. Oh, it's going to be one of those. But anyway, it's ought to be a fun approach. 500-foot overcast skies, 2.5 miles visibility, folks. Yeah, we'll let the autopilot have fun and maybe we'll join in a little on it. So again, thanks for taking some of your Tuesday out to say hi and be a part of Flying with Mike. And if you're new to the channel, we'd love for you to smash that follow button. And that way you'll know what we're doing here in the upcoming flights. When we go live, you get an email saying, hey, we're live, if you so note notifications. So I hope to see you all there. We also do have a Discord channel. I'm not sure if I've seen that today. Let me just see. If you're interested, join us over there. We'd love to have you. A lot of great knowledge gets imparted there, both aviation and real world. So by real world, I mean things going on in people's lives. We'd love to hear about it. So, but anyway, welcome aboard. Here we go, descending in. Icing is a consideration here, and I'm kicking it on. Okay, pitot heat's already on, window heat's on, and all right, here we go, folks. Hope you enjoy. And if you haven't already, you know what? By doing this, and I'm typing in right now, if you follow suit, you can put a prediction in on what you think Flying with Mike will do on this landing. All right, so here we go, folks. All right, we are coming up to Pappy, folks. I think you all remember that on the chart. That's where vectors to the approaches could begin. But tubes is where the north or south split, depending which side of the terminal you're kind of landing on. That's the way to look at it. All right, I am going to... Now, if you notice, I keep my heading pretty close to what we're doing, just in case I run into an unforeseen discontinuity that I either missed or creeped in. That way, if the plane were to start turning erratically, I could smash that heading select and it should at least get back on that heading, and then I reassess what happened. Make corrections, rejoin the LNAV. 9 out of 10 times I found it, folks, being a discontinuity. Through the plane, do a turn, fix it, get past that discontinuity, and I can get back on course really quick. Sometimes without even approach noticing it. Or if they do, they don't say anything. All right. So, we have been at it for 2 hours since brake release on the runway. And we are coming into tubes in about 5 miles. All right, so 20,000 feet. How we doing? We're looking pretty good still, folks. I'm a little high, which has me a little concerned, but we're descending still at a pretty decent rate of 2,200 feet a minute, and I think we're going to work out pretty decently. Here we come to that standard transition level where we make that change. I'm going to actually do this first.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we are descending. Seatbelt sign is on. If you happen to be up and about, please return your seat. Keep your seatbelt fastened for the main flight. On behalf of the flight crew, we appreciate you being with us today. Wish you a very safe and pleasant journey to your final destination. Hope to see you back here with us soon. Thank you.
Okay, transition. Okay, anti-ice is on, and we're starting into the clouds. Roger, approach. We'll continue descent to 5,000. American 1440. And you can see, folks, if you can't, it is raining. So, having the ice on is good, hopefully. See how it's modeled. All right, we broke out of one layer. Yeah, we're still here, and I'm not sure what's going on here. I've lost connection too, but according to everything, it's still running. Really weird. Alright folks, if you can still hear me, I just put a link out there in the chat. Why we're disconnected, I don't know why. I'm still showing us connected just fine here. Alright, we are going to have to extend, it looks like. What is going on? Alright folks, well if you have seemed to be having connection issues, check us out. We'll be over on YouTube a little later today. We got about 2 minutes and then I'll get it uploaded so you won't miss a thing. I don't know what's going on with Twitch, but we're definitely having some kind of a connectivity issue. I'm showing that it's still streaming, but obviously it's not. I don't know what is up with that. Alright, so we're through 7,000, making our descent. Alright, I am going to switch views to the ILS so you all can see it. Do a quick, make sure nothing changed METAR wise in the last 30 minutes. Okay, everything looks the same. Alright. Do not know what's going on here. Please try again. Well, we're going to get back into aviating here, so bear with me, folks. Okay, so we're going to be coming across to Sharon. So let's go ahead, set our heading.
1,000 to go.
Okay, we are set up and we're going to begin to slow down. Okay, auto brakes are set. Frequencies are in. Okay, armed up. Okay. Here we go, making the turn. We've got the localizer. Here we go, folks. I may get quiet here. And my apologies to my Twitch fans. I don't know why we lost it, but for some reason we've lost the feed. I don't know why. Okay. Currently 16 mile out. And Sharon is 13. Ruda is 10. Okay, glide slope's alive. And at just under 13 miles, folks, we're joining the glide slope. Laps 10. And I'm going to go ahead and set us to 150. Okay, 3 green. O'Hare traffic, American 1450, approximately 5-mile final, 10 center. Okay, we are configured. This thing is really hard. may have to fold it up again. Yep, I'm getting rid of it. It's just too hard for me. Like I said, I used to use it religiously, but not anymore. I guess I got so used to not using it. Alright, we are on glide path. We are now...
1829 lining up 9 right there.
9 right, not a problem, not a factor. Okay, there's the 5-mile call that I just made. Red approach. Flaps set 30. And spoilers arm. Had a question, does it show ice? Doesn't appear to be any ice out there, but again, I do have it fully on. There's our radar altitude, so at 200,
1,000 feet stabilized, Mr. Birch, altitude set.
we should hear minimums.
Traffic at 1829 departing 9 right, immediate left, immediate turn to the left.
Okay. Still proceeding.
400.
Got it. O'Hare traffic, American 14050. Landing, 10 center, got it in sight.
Minimum. 100. 40. 20.
Okay, I'm never going to do that again at 200 feet.
knots.
I'm here to tell you folks, other than that little hiccup there on the approach, that was actually pretty cool. I almost let it. O'Hare traffic, American 1405's clear, 10 Charlie to American gates. Alright, we're here. That was kind of hairy scary. Oh, we're still in reverse. Thought I took us out. Okay, Echo Echo is up ahead. Well, folks, that was pretty, like I said, next time I'm going to, I don't know how you can pretty well plan an approach into an airport. 'Cause I'm going to say that METAR was a little old. I think we're a little worse on conditions. Maybe not. But, yeah, that was intense. Especially that little wing drop at the end there. Ooh. Alright, flight director's off. Let's bring it in. But again, folks, sorry for the problems with the stream. Right there when everyone wanted it. Try one more time. Why? We've lost connection to Twitch. Unless Twitch itself is having troubles. Alrighty, so let's just get her into the gate here, and alright, let's make sure the brake's set. Alright, lights are off. Okay, APU is on. Seat belts will go ahead and turn off. APU bleed is on. Alright, welcome to O'Hare, folks. Now the neat thing is, you notice I haven't touched the thing and it's already starting the unload.
O'Hare traffic, United 5616, mile final, ILS 10 center O'Hare.
All right, let's go ahead, get rid of charts for now. See what American put us in at. $524 feet a minute. Kind of figured that with that little botch at the end. File it. All right, so it's filed. Just see how it worked out. All right, well, that stinks. All right. All right, so landed over 500 feet a minute is never a good thing with virtual American, so oh well. All right, so let's take a look at this landing, shall we, while they're doing their thing back there. Sim toolkit. All right, you can see they got me at 299. I think there was a bounce. So let's take a look at it. There's the route. Here's the details. Starting. 2.5 hour flight, 679 miles, and we burned just under 7,000 kilos of fuel. We landed at 299. I think there's a bounce, and 138. And we were short. But we're in the landing zone, so that's a good thing. Landed 876 feet down the runway, 6 to 7 feet off the center line. That part's not bad. I do believe the bounce was worse. All right, so there you have it, folks. Was a good flight up until
traffic ended 5616
I tried to land it.
Center O'Hare.
Hang on a second before we try to reset. I'm gonna come off FatSim because it'll kick me off either way. I really wish I knew what was going on here with Twitch. I am still showing that we're streaming. But for some reason, we're not getting a feed. So anyway, folks, my bad. I don't know where the disconnect occurred here, or what's going on with Twitch, but it appears we are completely offline, although everything here says we're connected. So to my Twitch users, sorry. I hope you wander over to YouTube to watch the end of that flight. For those of you now on YouTube, I mean, I'm still streaming. I'm not going to stop streaming until we're done here. Let's this real quick. As you can see, it is in the process of deboarding. So that's that airside program that's now in Zibo. So again, I still say Zibo is better than, and I will stand by that now, because truly I do believe this, folks. And okay, everything. All right, so what I'm gonna do, we're gonna go ahead, try and do a, see if I can get the jetway to move away. And I'm just gonna cancel, go back, and back, go here. Okay, what I'm doing is basically so we don't have a plane flying with doors open. Chocks are... Did I set the chocks? I sure did. That's what I get. Okay, now the chocks are up. Alright, let's give it a shot. Not the greatest to replay. I don't think we're going to get a replay. Nope, what we are going to get is a crash to desktop. Oh, no, we're not. We're going to... feel like we're in... Alright, I'd go outside the plane, folks, but I think I went back too far. Alright, as you can see, we're about to start descending. Got the gear down. Oh, here comes the landing gear. Alright, we're just kind of waiting because I went way too far back.
Thousand feet, stabilized, Mr. Perk.
Okay, we're popping out.
400. 300.
There's the runway. Let's watch this in all its horribleness here. Watch it again. Right about here. It's doing something in the cockpit that caused me to do that. Actually, that was not overall a bad landing, it was just the bounce. All right, let's take a look at it one couple more ways. Well, I really wish I knew what was going on when I dipped that wing now, but it's been a little bit too long. Let's see if up here. I know I was trying to rapidly get that autopilot turned off, and I have a feeling that's what did it. Alright folks, well, I think we'll just kind of call it there, call it what it is. I can't really do a tower shot because, well, quite frankly, I don't think we'll see it. Well, let's give it a shot. What the heck? Yeah, we're not going to see much. But we'll do our best here, folks. As American 1405 or 50, whatever the heck I was, has arrived. Safe and sound, just, well, could have been better. But folks, I want to thank you all for being a part of Flying with Mike. It's been a pleasure flying for you today. Hope you all have a great Wednesday. I like, most of us like to call it hump day. We're getting over, the hump and into the weekend. 2 days left for the weekend. Folks, it has been fun. Hope you all enjoyed. Learned a little, I hope. A little bit more about me. Folks, I do have a private pilot. I would never fly in this weather as a real pilot. Actually haven't flown since 1985. So as we kind of went through there with Secret Hamster, it's just too expensive to do the real thing. So I hope you all have a wonderful day. Thank you all for turning out. Thank you for the great chat while en route to Chicago from Bradley over there in Hartford, Connecticut. Our next flight scheduled for Thursday, again barring what happens at work tomorrow. Shouldn't be snow and ice, knock on wood, and I am knocking on the head here, folks. But we plan, we're hoping to take the C-130 up for a spin. Hopefully not a literal spin, but for Sim Air Forces. So hope you all can turn out for it. It's a short hop from Andrews down to Pope Army Airfield, North Carolina, formerly Pope Air Force Base. Home to the Black Knights, by the way, if you know anything about parachuting groups. All right, folks, that's going to be a wrap today. I hope you all enjoyed. And we will see you Thursday. and hopefully in the C-130. God bless you all. Have a great rest of your Tuesday. We'll see you then. Hopefully by then Twitch will have figured out what Twitch is supposed to be doing instead of twitching. God bless you all. Have a great day.